Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in Drohobych. We celebrate 166th anniversary since Ivan Franko's birthday, but because of the war hostilities, we will still continue with celebration. We want to popularize the name of Ivan Franko to let everybody know that he deserves a worthy place in the world. Today, we'd like to focus upon drastic issues that are currently very, very topical in Ukraine. These topics concern national identity, and it's very important to dwell on the topic that I'm Ukrainian, that younger generation should feel that they're Ukrainians, and there are some conflicts taking place, let's say in Odessa, when people didn't know that who they were. And today we need to make one more step, that all Ukraine have one single criteria, that we need to identify and who people are. But first of all, I would like to thank the soldiers and big thank you that they defend our motherland, and we like minutes of silence to commemorate. Thank you. To start the panel discussion, I would like to invite Mayor of Drohobych, Mr. Taras Kuchma. Also, Vice Rector of Drohobych University, Professor Pantyuk. We also have online Rector Kyiv University, Mr. Bogrov. And we start from Mrs. Irene. Dear deputies, dear representatives, dear authorities, dear Ukrainians, I'm very, very impressed with the number of people present to commemorate 166th anniversary of Franko's birthday. And today is a very important discussion. This discussion has become urgent and topical for a long time, and I think it's a little late, but it's never late, as we know. And it is important that today we deeply dwell on the topic, which is very topical for Ukrainians, that it's about stolen names. It's our heroes that at times they're forgotten, at times they're not made public they're not made public to the global community. And to feel the deepness of Ukrainian, depth of Ukrainian nation, and the depth of Ukrainian state. Today, when we suffer from the aggression of the Russian Federation, as never before, we need to be strong in our persuasions and our thoughts, in our actions, to realize of a very important case to strengthening and of our independence. We gained independence long time ago, but today the dwarf dwarfs from the Russian Federation. They try to pervert history, to pervert culture, and the Ukrainian nation as that and the Ukrainian nation, which has never been conquered and will never be conquered. And every Ukrainian will be free on his own land. And probably it is a very important accent for Ukrainians and for Ukrainian nation. It's the truth, the strength of our truth. And I do hope that this discussion and the results of this conference that we are very honored to be present at, and it's exactly the strength of our truth. All the world are very proud of Ukraine, and they witness the strength, the spirit, the will, this unconqueredness. But primarily, first of all, they see our love to our own land, to our brothers and sisters that constantly and permanently they fight against the oppressor. And one of these fronts is the front of historians, culturologists, and scholars who need to think and who need to take care of Ukrainian rare. And thank you so very much that we inspired the boys who fight up in the front and who fight against the oppressor, who stand firm, who protect the borders, and to free the lands of the temporarily occupied territories. And thanks to those boys, we can talk about Ukrainization, about Ukrainian nation, about Ukrainians, and we can renovate our 100,000 millennial Ukrainian history. And I wish you every success and good result. And all the global community wonder, they wonder how you in Ukraine, where the missiles flying, people die, there are fires going on, there are all kind of attacks, but you still public transport is functioning, kids go to school, you talk about very important issues, you don't feel the horrors of war? And in reality, the simple answer is we really understand, and of course we will retaliate. But today, when the kids are ready to go back to the schools, hospitals are working, and the doctors show their best qualities, they show their devotion to their profession, and the soldiers that protect the lands and with a smile, and they're sure in the final victory, not because we're a big, great Ukrainian nation, and because of that we will win. And we will take back our place on a map of the historical and map of the world. Thank you so very much. Thank you to the organizers for raising this very important issue. On behalf of the deputies, I want to confirm that we cooperate together with you in this important issue, and all the decisions we need to be taken to promote this issue. We will help, will facilitate to support you in our glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. Okay. We need to check whether. Okay. Now the mayor of Drohobych, Mr. Taras Kuchma. Dear Irina, dear people's deputies. I'm very, very glad to welcome you in Drohobych, the city of Kotermak, the city of Ivan Franko. Was Franko always respected the city of Drohobych and always came back as home. Today we have gathered together, and it's a big honor for us to welcome such honorable guests. Thanks to International Fund, Ivan Franko Fund. Thank you to all the scholars who responded to the invitations. I would like to say that everyone, that we have our own roles in our victory. Everyone has its own front, and this front goes through one's heart, soul, some people through money, but everyone holds his own front firmly. And today, when we meet here, we need to hold our front, hold our line. We need to reject the enemy, the thing that the enemy is destroying: the Ukrainian language, the culture, the education. The enemy will get everything what it deserves. It's only we that we will not let the enemy steal our history. We will preserve the language, the language of Franko, the language of Shevchenko, the language of Kobylenska, and many other compatriots who loved the language. We will not let them steal the scientists, poets, because this is our task, to preserve our own people. The same as we need to preserve Ukraine, wonderful, beautiful, picturesque land. It's very different, but it is ours. And when we are told that there is East, that there is West, and the enemy is trying to separate, and today, when we cherish our own history, when we talk to each other in our language and we know each other, we can retaliate, and we will not let them take. Firstly, we need to love each other. We need to be united as ever before, and because in unity is our strength. And today we need to be the patriots. The patriots, as Ivan Franko used to say, my Ruthenian patriotism is the cross. And he was carrying this cross in Vienna and all over the world, in Europe. But he always carried love for his own land. And let us remember, we are not only patriots, but we are people that we preserve that God-given nation, God-given land, culture, education, and history. And then Ukraine will be forever. Glory to Ukraine. And now we'd like to invite the rector, University, rector Kyiv Shevchenko University, and one of the co-organizers, director of museum, is welcome to the stage. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. My biggest words of honor on behalf of Kyiv National University, the red building you see at the background of my speech. For some reasons, I have not been able to come to the glorious city of Drohobych, but it is a big honor to speak in a panel discussion. First of all, I wish the highest intellectual joy, the joy of dialogues, communication. As my colleagues say and other speakers, the question of identity is very, very complicated now. Complicated because Ukraine for a long time was separated between different empires. Complicated because the search for identity it's going against and forward. It's going against some imperial narratives, internal struggles, and as far as I'm concerned, I would like to say we have a very interesting winning case. The dual Hungary in the then city, one of the most important cities, one of the best cities of Lviv. There was Martin Buber, a famous Jewish philosopher, lived in Lviv. Later, he got his education in Vienna University, and then before the Nazis came to power, and then he emigrated to Palestine through Switzerland, and he became one of the spiritual forerunners of Israel. Israel also declares its own identity, and they all the time, they need to fight against external aggression. And Martin Buber, in his very famous work, I and It, I and he identifies the dialogue that it is the basis for finding identity. That dialogue is self-realization of his own I. And as far as I'm concerned, our panel discussion today in the city, FRANKO city, in his own homeland, today's discussion on the question of identity, and it has its beautiful dimension. It's a dialogue that the dialogue that Ukraine is united. As we have been talking a long time, that Ukraine is united. It's not about the Dnieper region. We collect people on the grounds of joint spirit, on the grounds of Ukrainian history. And finally, I would like to stress, when people say, why should these discussions take place when the war is going on, when soldiers are protecting on our independence, which was gained, and according to one version, it's 30 years ago, another version, 100 years ago, and it's also a point for discussion. But to me, there are two main choices. A, it's time discussion. If there is no dialogue, this is Russianism. And second, it's B, we understand very well that we Ukrainians hear each other, and this is the most attributive factor, that it's the basic ground, fundamental ground, that we understand each other, we hear each other, we comprehend each other, we help each other. And Ukraine, throughout over 180 days fight, demonstrated to the world that we have our common grounds for the 21st century, European values that Ukraine share fully. Thank you for the opportunity to welcome you on behalf of the Shevchenko University, to organizers. We understand that it's a very difficult job to do, to collect people in this period, that people are very busy doing other things. And trust me that we here in Kiev, we understand all this. So good health to you, all the very best. The Shevchenko faculty all share with you. We support you, and we see 5 flags. Okay, we see the Ukrainian flag, the army flag, the Crimean Tatars flag, and European Union flag, and 5th is Shevchenko University flag. And for us, to most of us, it's the sign of this identity. Good health, all the very best, peace, but of course, after the victory, glory to Ukraine. Thank you so very much to Mr. Volodymyr. And now we'd like to invite Professor Moser, Vienna University. Good afternoon. And as always, we like to visit Drogobych, and that we love to be here, but today we cannot be here, and it's very sad. On the other hand, we here in Vienna and in Ukraine and beyond, we are very happy and very grateful for this event, that this event takes place today, that we celebrate Franko's birthday, that we not only celebrate, but we show that we are, that Ukrainian is, and at the moment when the enemies are taking everything, that they take language, identity, then in response, we become stronger and more confident. And this is very thing that happens, and not only today. And I'm sure it will go on further in the future. And now it's taking place, and it takes place among the Ukrainian science scholars who do not keep quiet, but support the people of goodwill, Ukrainians and men and women that under bombs of aggressor, the aggressor is waiting for our answers in the sphere of science. We will change many things in the nearest future. We have been working on this, and we will work, but in the new conditions. When we are attacked, we will certainly defend in the strongest and in the strongest way whenever it will take place. If it is science, if Ukrainian studies, then it's also front. We will continue being scholars, but decisiveness that we have has become stronger. And in the science itself, and beyond, in just everyday life, we support you. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Okay, Annika, please speak a little faster. Now we would like to invite the Vice Rector of University, Mr. Mykola Pagan. Okay, now let me be very short and Dear colleagues, dear guests, dear scientists, the guests and the people are present who love Ukraine and who want to know or who learn about the Franco genius. At the times war, during the dramatic pages of our country and our people, each spiritual nation is looking for wisdom of moral and moral authority. And today we continue, we preserve, we keep to this path. And today we look forward to, we look at Franco, the genius, and quoting Franco, the spirit that it leads us to victory. Drohobych University, the faculty of Drohobych University are among the front lines of popularization of Franco, among popularizing Franco's works, to make Franco known globally. And Franco has everything, starting from today we would like to talk about Franco, who is unknown. It's impossible to know Franco fully. On behalf of Drohobych University, of the faculty, we wish you good health, strength of spirit, thirst of scientific achievements, and joint victory. Glory to Ukraine. Our partner, director of museum, National Museum Franco. Glory to Jesus Christ. Dear Franco family, dear guests, dear mayor, dear head of fund, dear friends, there was a man living, Yaroslav Dashkevich, who's head of institute, Lviv Archaeography Institute, and he wrote a work. He wrote, and today the panel discussion in Drohobych, this panel discussion is called Lost Figures of the Ukrainian culture. Okay, the Russians stole many Ukrainian figures. Russia has deficit of several Russia has several drawbacks about they have no continuation of generations, and back 100 years ago and 200 years ago, Franco was doing master classes for culture. He gave everything he had, and he brought up good children that Khrushchev executed. Today, we need to do the same things, master classes, and to collect money for Franco's heritage, and we will undertake every effort to continue his works. And he's quoting the poem of Franco. Thank you very much to Director of museum. Thank you for your support of the project. And all these organizers are present here. Thank you so very much. And now we come to the panel discussion itself. Now we'd like to invite the deputy of Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada, Mikhailo Цимбалюк. Okay, he's director, executive director of Ukrainian Cultural Fund, doctor of historical science, Taras Viskovsky, doctor of professor of Kyiv-Mogila Academy, Mr. Masleichuk, doctor of Drogovich University, Pani Miss Helena Sabat, Mrs. Natalia Starча. Now, I would like to say, over the last 100 years, first the Russian and then the Soviet Empire, they wanted to steal everything what they could. And today the task is they were imposing false heroes, Nakimov, Suvorov, and other people like that. And today we need to clean the Ukrainian heritage, to throw away the names that were imposed. And first the question is to the deputy, Mr. Mikhailo, starting from the past. Why did they destroy all those people who were not not suitable for this? Because I'm a lawyer, but I would like to share experience. There are some people present from Poltava, and I had a big honor to work in Poltava, and I was trying to learn to study Poltava heritage, and Poltava gave many people, and the scientists argue who the heritage belongs to. Why today in us is what its division line. We need to understand that this period for Ukrainian nation, that the future is not possible without the past if we do not overthink about it. It's very hard for Russians now. They were building all their history around the ancient Kiev, and how can they explain to kids that Kiev is not Russian, and where's their history? Now it's only Omsk and Torsk. As the scientists say, one of the scientists was studying archives. He said that Omsk is a special place for people, for refugees. Where is Russian history? Probably where the Volga is. And because of that, today I would like to discuss the topic of the figure of Mykola Gogol. All people talk about him, but there are facts which cannot be denied and cannot be explained to Russians why Gogol is Ukrainian. He was born in Veliky Sorochinsy. He was created in Poltava. He wrote about the Ukrainian people, many works that he described folk, and today they're blessed not only for Poltava but in all over the world. But because he was writing in the Russian language, and today we mark Franko's birthday. Franko also wrote in the Polish and other languages, but those people will not say that Franko belongs to those people. And because of that, I'm sure that the researchers say, and I agree with them, that Gogol was cut where he identified himself with Ukrainian. His letters to his friends, that where he wrote that he knew I need to flee from the place, that he was Cossack origin from Gogolev, and his ancestor was hetman of the right bank Ukraine. It's another testimony of this evidence that the figure was very suitable for Soviet ideological front, and the Soviet ideology was, as you know very well, and they worked very professionally. And because of that, I'm sure that the scholars who study Gogol's heritage, they will definitely prove that apart from the Russian language that he wrote in Ukrainian, and as far as I know, there are some works that some of his gains, some of his works will be published in the Ukrainian language. And I have a few more questions, but I will ask them later. And one more, it's Igor Serdyuk, professor Poltava University. He's, and a question to you. What problems does Ukraine face when it talks about figures? The main problem that one problem that proceeded from another is presentism. When we talk about the figures that are located back in the past, that we impose modern values, and then we start discussions. And these people were thinking differently. We shouldn't forget that every person has different multiple identities, and that they operate with a set of multiple identities. Okay, today, let's say about myself, I'm laureate of Franko Prize as a Poltavan, and all these figures, they lived in a multi-dimensional world, and we need to be aware of that. And I would like to go deeper, to go in the 17th century, that you study families, Grand Lithuanian Duchy. Can we share this experience? Thank you very much. And yes, truly, today's time that I've been working on 16th, 17th century, when Putin was talking about Putin's version was not unexpected, but it inspired us to further studies and inspired to further work to go deeper in the history. If we take its version that that's we saw coincidences with Ukrainian history textbook, and we had to evaluate and made changes in the textbook of history. And I would like to say that, let's say today, the new Ukrainian textbook, that school textbook, is revised totally. We changed lots of places. And I'm facing now. I would like to answer your question. It's about identity. The program, school program, that Ukrainians talk about themselves, state about themselves. If you look from this angle, that this part of history, that why for some reason we gave it away to the Polish kingdom, that Ukrainian lands, it's not an island, that aggressors come and they try to oppress. It's the period of time when the Ukrainians, Ruthenians, that they can state that the different parts, that we are not any worse than any other nation, that we didn't come to you for religion, that we have our own religion, not for your law, but because, and such approach, it puts together, it puts, it lets us regard our history as a whole thing, and our position is that Ukrainian nation is as a subject, but not as a victim. And Mr. Maslichuk? We need to question how to address those people who were born on the territory of Ukraine, but who were born on the territories of Polish Kingdom or Russian Empire. Okay, first of all, there were no citizens in the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire didn't have citizens. I think the issue is we need to see how they regarded themselves. Let's say Kostomarov. Who was Kostomarov? He was the author of the first Ukrainian drama and the Manifesto of Ukrainian Separatism. He wrote about two Russian peoples, but because his heritage, his ancestors were Russians, but he regarded himself as a Russian. And there were discussions going on how to classify oneself. And he was reproached by other people because he was shy to call himself as Ukrainians. Kostomarov did everything he did so many things to explore the history, both good Russian history in the good way, and and other things. There are other main people, there are main figures who did many things to stress Ukrainian. And there were other people like Sreznevsky, and he was talking about the Ukrainian language and other figures. Okay, so if you talk about Dmitro Dontsov, they say who is ethnic, what is his ethnic origin, but he has no Ukrainian blood, but Dontsov is the author of Ukrainian nationalism. And there are many questions like this. The creation of identity, there are no exact precise parameters. we will all the time be looking, we will be finding, and ours and strangers, but we need to single out special moments of different people. The Russian version that the person was born in Russia and died in Russia is not suitable. We know that, that the Ukrainian fund supports such people. Please ask Mr. Berkovsky how to renew, regain Ukrainian figures. From the moment of creation, Ukrainian Cultural Fund, one of the most basic directions that is all the time present in a grand progress. It's support of identity program. It's support projects that support Ukrainian identity. But when we were 5 years since the moment of foundation, and I made some analytical study, there were many projects that wanted to have finances, and it will be exactly about Ukrainian identity. But I'm very sad to say that there were not so many. The number of people were limited. It's Shevchenko, Franco, Grushevsky, and then it's Kostomarov and Katerina Grushevska. When I analyze statistical data, Lesa Ukrainka, surprisingly, out of 100 applications, only 2 were about Lesa Ukrainka. It testifies to the fact that in reality, we have a problem that we are talking about now, that we need to identify the people, their identity, that we need to pay attention to study them in a historical, in a perspective. Our culture, that the people who apply for grants, they shouldn't concentrate on the same people. If we talk about moderns, we're talking about specifically the Ostrogski's princes. If we talk about the 18th century, it's only Kotlяревский. But if people say about Skovoroda, and he's talking about over the past few years. We talk about Odessa, that people do not support Ukrainian. Let's listen about Odessa. Thank you very much. When we were preparing for the panel discussion, I wanted to share and I had 2 temptations. First, it's Ukrainian Revolution, and second, it's about monuments. Odessa is the place that there is the discussion going on in Odessa about the monument to Catherine II. In the first part of my answer, I would like to say about the Ukrainian Revolution. To be honest, I wanted to start from another sentence, but having heard my colleagues, I have some thoughts about identity. When I was writing when I was writing my dissertation, I was selecting people who belongs to Ukrainian identity and no. There are some people, Lutsenko, Lutsev, many people didn't even hear the names of those. And one of my collective monograph, we borrowed its political mesoliths. The main reflection, my spontaneous reflection, was don't take it as political, but the main markers of their identity, of those people who were working, it was markers army, language, and belief and faith. 5 markers. Furthermore, at a later stage, I've been interested in this topic for more than 10 years. I have made a list of about several figures in Odessa, and also the list of organizations that have the word Ukrainian in the name. When the Russian Empire was dissolved and the mosaics appeared in them. I enumerated 50 organizations in Odessa that classify themselves as Ukrainians. There are some works written now by scholars. And if you compare Kiev and Odessa, we say that Odessa also played some part in the revolution in 1721. And now the question to Professor Sabat, okay, that she specializes in FRANKO. Please, Mrs. Sabat. And the question is, what should be done to move forward quicker? Thank you for your question. Ivan Franko has always supported national idea, and his early works, he wrote in 1974, it's the Evening Fairy Tale. He saw a Ukrainian state, and he borders, he puts the territory from, and he was student Dragomanov's pupil, and despite their relationship were not so simple. In the first years, Franko shared Dragomanov's views. Later, Franko overgrew Dragomanov. He criticized Dragomanov for his federalistic ideas, and Franko wrote the article about Dragomanov's views. And it is an example how Franko overgrew his teacher. When he was studying in Lviv University, he joined an academic society hobby group, and under the influence of Moscowophiles, Dragomanov wrote a few letters to the group. He diverted the group, the activity of the group from the Russian language, and he said that we should be writing in the Ukrainian language. And as an example, with other scholars, some famous scholars changed their views. And I would like to ask people present, what do you think? Question to the audience. Anybody wants to say? what do we need to do to take away Ukrainian figures, historical figures? And it's mayor of Drohobych. You see, when we have a flower, when I have when you take a rose and we place it in a bouquet of flowers, it still be a rose. And now we seem to say, who are we? Okay, are we flowers or some toxic elements? Are we toxic elements that we poison other flowers? The flower will not be flower until it knows that it's not poisonous. And I would like to emphasize that Dragomanov was a cosmopolite, and Ivan Franko, he was supporter of idea of Ukrainian national identity, and he placed national idea above his Dragomanov's. And I'm sorry for interrupting, because I want you to speed up. She forgot about the name of the book, but okay. Okay, let's go back to the Ukrainian heritage. What should be done? Okay, Odessa view. I think as a scientist, first we need to study. It's the first stage in response to your question. Second is integration, to intellectualize, and through intellectualize, then we need to get it to the public. And undoubtedly, the criteria you offered is, to me, the criteria very suitable, that we can take them as a basis to talk about. My answer will be long. From my perspective, I will say, and from my position, we have elaborated the new grant programs, and I will be famous prominent figures in the past. That will be dissemination of information of the Ukrainian figures, famous Ukrainian figures. And a second program, it's local cultural in the region. It's a program for research and to popularize of local identities, to popularize them, the people that should be known on a local level. Even here, that we are talking about great Ukrainian figures, but there are many other smaller local figures, and it will be a prominent figure for the Drohobych level. So there should be some gradation that for all national figure, local figure, but no, I don't think it's a good idea to grade them, and then we'll have further on, and then we'll say who is more Ukrainian or less Ukrainian. Rather, we need to input if his heritage, his input is more suitable for local level, then it will be local. But if a person is on a more wider level, national level, it should be done like this. I also try to speak shortly. First, I think we need to intensify discussion and dialogue. Today, it's very urgent and very topical, and it will come that people will clearly will clearly realize the past. Should be respected or should not be respected. My personal aim is educational. We need to work on the most prominent figures, and we need to involve a wider number of people. Very, very okay. Very, very quickly to improve the demographic picture of the in the past. If if you look at the 15th, 20th century, there are not so many people present. And now we have identified seven figures from the Kiev and Rus period. If I start saying names, it's not important. We need to mark the territories in the same ways as empire was marking the territory. Then on the map of Ukraine will be different formations. There are some figures which are worth making public, and there is a stamp, and she's rejoicing. We set markers, we mark our history, we mark our territory. If we talk about the later period of time, I'm not so very happy why the figure of Adam Kisil was not enlisted. But then who do we regard as a worthy person, worthy candidate? But we forget but I'm sure that Kisil will be well presented in the future. It's another figure is Janus Gerber. He was Catholic, Roman Catholic, but he's also from Ruthenia. Lavrin Drvinsky is a worthy candidate to have at least a street named after him. And I also share the opinion there should be people on a local figures, like Evstahy Gizel. He was a clerk in Kremenets. He was saving books from all different Tatar and Cossack invasions. But that person, he was trying to hide the books and he was drying them, and as a result, we can study them. And what I mean to say is that this person is worthy to be classified as a hero. Yes. Those people made public input input to glorify Ukraine. Now, the question to this person about Gogol. I would like to say that there are no simple answers to complicated questions. I think, in my opinion, the topic is very actual for this at this time. And now we have, and despite, as we compare Russia and Ukraine, Russia from small letter has people, but Russia has population, but Ukraine has nation. But after our victory, and I'm sure that it will happen very soon, then new elites will be formed, and also military elites. These elites, they will understand a very detailed study of heritage, and for this we need to preserve science. We need to input money. We cannot do research on an amateur level. It should be very professional work, and of course with a financial reward, and I'm sure it'll take place. Very quickly, what should be done to take prominent figures from the history, to read Franko, to learn Franko and other Ukrainian genius, and to make it public, to carry it to the schools. And it is true that the school, it's very, very correct that all Russian, it's very, very correct decision that the textbooks have thrown all Russian writers and poets, and only two. We are beginning to study, we're beginning to learn Western people, and I'm sure it's very, very correct. How to deprive Poltava of Peter the Great. I shouldn't focus, it shouldn't be focused about the Poltavian myth. It's about, is it a victory, is it defeat? If you follow these unproductive discussions, we do not see more important things. I think it's 1903. It was the erection of monument to Kotlяревsky. It was an unprecedented event in the history of Ukraine in 1903, and constant talk about Poltavan battle, and it puts this idea to the background. If you talk about and I also feel that we need to study the event on a smaller events, like first maternity house, first running water supplies, and okay, the first doctors, the doctors who helped the people. They could have been of different nations, but they were helping for Ukrainian identity. And these events and these things will help to put Ukraine together. Let's say that Professor Serdyuk, okay, an example from the past. We need to go to a different level, to a more popular level, other than more specific. These issues should be discussed by a wider audience. The questions of heritage And then the idea, the heritage will work for Ukrainian idea. Then another question to everyone about the issue of renaming streets. Should the streets be renamed? Should be renewed new names? As head of commission in Odessa, this is a good question. It should be done. I know more about Odessa, and I'm sure that other cities of Ukraine in the big south, there are a number of streets, a number of toponyms, which are markers of Russian world, of the Russian Empire. And as far as I'm concerned, it depends on the political will of the local authorities. And I want to apologize, but I would like to emphasize um, and be, even despite the war, this process is going at a very slow pace. In the nearest future, it should be done. What about the names that are provocative, that are controversial? I will say, having analyzed in smaller cities, smaller places, in reality, from my perspective, the situation is not so very good. The local activists on both sides, on the one hand, they want to promote Ukrainian names, and the other side offer to leave it as it is. Then there's, let's say, take Slavuta in Khmelnytsky. Okay, the authorities decided to take a total different name. And when we analyze different regions in Ukraine, when it took Rivne, Khmelnytsk, Zhytomyr, smaller places, villages, Grushevsky or Lesa Ukrainki, it's no question, and it's no doubt. And then it's very interesting when interesting games. Then if a person is controversial, and if some people will show displeasure, will notice, and then the decision is to give it totally different name. And the marker, this aspect, this criteria of setting marks is lost here in such an approach. And so the question is how to promote this idea of setting marks, setting markers. And this will be the mark of this very place, and that's the complexity of the question. But I have a version, but it will be very, very strong. What should be done if some person, if a figure is known among scholars, but the wider public don't know? So what is the recipe on your behalf? I remember my classes in history when Prince Vladimir, when Vladimir baptized Christian kid. Okay, it's obvious. I classify myself as Democrat and a liberal. We need to make it a wider educational level among and amounts in many Many local people, many local figures were totally neglected in the Soviet time. And we need to promote, we need to promote educational approach. Still there is an approach of keeping all accepted by everyone names like Bogdan Khmelnytsky or Lesa Ukrainki. I would like to remind you that humanitarian aspect is a part of Russian invasion. Even despite lack of water, lack of food in Mariupol, but uh, the streets are renamed. I conclude that we need to motivate people to work among the wider public so people knew future. What are the prominent figures from 16th, 17th century? It's a big list, and I would like to quote my previous speakers. If you if you look if you look at Kharkiv in situation, so should be done with Pushkin Street. And again, it's appeal to people. We wouldn't have had decommunization in 2015 if there was a strong will and and when we renamed cities, Kropivnitsky. First and foremost, there should be expert idea, expert thought, and then it goes to public. Other I know there's a very big problem with number of cultural heritage, people who don't want to have any changes. This we don't want to destroy the monument because it's a cultural heritage. What about the decommunization law? As far as Catherine the Great is concerned, it's the it's the issue of people. It's people of Odessa, inhabitants. In 2008, there was an attempt to remove the monument. But if you talk about renaming of streets, but there are some people, some authorities, they classify, they think about that renaming is not topical during the wartime. I agree with the scientists, but we need to do it very carefully, that we need that each name has to find some local base in it. And now the mayors have the right and have to As far as historical objects, the authorities are not very active and when reluctant to do any reconstructions. They have some bureaucratic problems. UNESCO does not give finances to Lviv because the owners do renovations and do other things on their own. There are issues that we see that we are ruining the history. That people are ready for the second panel. Thank you so very much. That ambassador, Canadian ambassador 2016-2017. Mr. Andrei.
Тому що ми зараз будемо мати онлайн-трансляції і іноземними мовами. Дякую.
Пані та панове, ми за хвилину плануємо продовжити нашу розмову. І ви знаєте, що за планом організаторів кожна наступна панель має бути ще цікавішою за попередню. Тому я запрошую всіх знайти комфортне місце. І ми за хвилину продовжимо нашу панельну дискусію. І я окремо попрошу зараз знайтися і зайняти зручне місце на подіумі учасників другої панелі Ірину Склокіну, Ігоря Набитовича та Миколу Зимомрю. Пане Миколу, пане Ігорю, пані Ірино, якщо ви вже в залі, прошу обрати собі хороше зручне крісло. І ми плануємо розпочати за 30 секунд. Я чекатиму на відмашку, коли можна починати.
Вже перекладати чи ні?
І якщо я правильно розумію, то можемо. Пані та панове, мене звати...
So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrei Shevchenko. I'm a co-founder of the Media Center. That's the organization that after the invasion of the 24th of February took on the duty of supporting journalists. I would like to start with the question, what's wrong with Dostoevsky and Tolstoy and what have they done wrong to you? That's a widespread question, which I have heard from many foreign journalists. We are thankful to the FRANKO Foundation for the opportunity to join this meeting. And I saw the quotation of Franko, whose birthday we are celebrating. That's a quote which has been paraphrased by the mayor of Drohobych. Franko wrote, "My patriotism is not a sentiment, is not national pride, but that's hard yoke." Well, Franko said a very simple thing. That's hard work. That's exactly what we are going to do in the next hour, hard work. We'll focus on the international experience, cultural heritage. We'll have an amazing panel, international panel here and online, and I will introduce the members of the panel. We'll work in 2 languages, Ukrainian and English. And if anyone needs translation, I advise that you put on your earphones and you will be able to hear and understand the participants of the panel discussion. So I will start as usual with a simple question. Is there any international experience which is not easy to apply here in Ukraine? because sometimes good international practices do not work here. So now I will start the talk, and we'll begin with Giovanna Proggi. She's a doctor, PhD in Slavistics from Milan University, Italy. And I understand that Mrs. Joanna, passes on her right to speech. To Ms. Nina from Lviv. Ms. Nina, we are living in a region which needs black and white answers. Well, let's take Ivan Franko. He was the genius of the Ukrainian nation and lived in Austria and Poland. And we are living in a part of the country where it's not easy to differentiate between nations. So I think that this mixture makes Ukraine a very interesting country to study. We are interesting to the world, not only because of the armed forces of Ukraine, which are doing a miracle, but also studying things, borderline things. They are very interesting to the world nowadays. So I think that we need to conduct this dialogue in a wider format in international communication and define our approach to international heritage. So my previous comment about heritage is not geniuses, country level statesmen. We also have to take down our heritage from pedestals and regard it as something simpler, which, sometimes there is something not very pleasant in our heritage. For example, Holocaust, or some dark pages of the life of our national geniuses and messiahs. Well, we needn't feel ashamed of this because that can be productive in this particular talk. Well, is there a country that you could suggest to Ukrainians as a model? Well, I would like to start talking about the museums of Vienna during this panel discussion, not only because we can take them as a model, but as it was a country of great imperial ambitions, but now it's a very pleasant place to spend your retirement age. In addition, there are Ukrainian contests in Austria, in Vienna in particular. And I think if we sum it all up, it's very interesting to see how that country is trying to regard and analyze the processes of anti-colonization. So we could apply different approaches. And one of them is criticism of global trends, of the Americanization of their culture, and the necessity of getting out of this provincial circle, which is often mentioned in the Ukrainian context. For example, the critical view of the museum practices of collecting exhibits, the view of the expert and the barrier or the carrier of experience, the critical view of the past through the inclusion of modern topics. For example, in one of the Vienna museums, they display different exhibits of the era of Renaissance, of the medieval ages, which they found in the camps of refugees after the crisis of the 1950s. So we'll make a pause here, and I would like you to ask you to speak a bit more slowly. So I would like to give the floor to an art critic from Romania. So, good morning. I'm glad to greet the members of the meeting. I'm happy to take part in it. I would like to wish all Ukrainians all the best and to win the enemy as soon as possible. And I must say that the Romanian people stand by the Ukrainian people. And the whole world is amazed by the spirit of the Ukrainian people with which you are trying to defeat the enemy. And the Romanian people are providing aid to the Ukrainian people. In particular, in our university, there are a lot of Ukrainian refugees that we have provided aid to. And in many educational establishments of the province, many workshops in art and dancing were given to Ukrainian refugees. And in the Suchan province, there are more than 50 educational establishments where the Ukrainian language is taught. So I would like to thank you very much for the help you provide to Ukrainians. And I would like to say the following. Romania has passed a very difficult period of state changes. Would you like to provide some advice that could be of some use to Ukrainian people? Of course. During the revolution of the 1989 in Romania, many streets were remained. So previously, they were named after some communist leaders of Romania and other countries. But now there are no more names of streets which are connected to the communist part. We do not have any names, any topographical names connected with any imperialist heritage. Well, for example, after the Second World War, there was a town named Stalin in Romania, but it's a thing of the past. This name does not exist anymore. And you can see that the local communities and the people at the national level choose names to towns, cities, and establishments. Well, name them after people who contributed to the development of the country of Romania, or who made some contributions to the development of the world culture. Well, for example, in Bucharest and in a village, there is a bust to Taras Shevchenko. In another town of Romania, there is a bust to Olga Kobylanska. The saints of the Romanian Methodist Orthodox Church. Well, there is Petro Mohyla, another Romanian saint who was a metropolitan of the Ukrainian church. I also would like to say that there is a monument to Alexander Suvorov in Romania. Well, it has been mentioned that there is a monument to this person in Odessa, and a question has been raised about demolishing this monument. Well, but this issue remains. Well, because Suvorov fought against the Turks and Romania fought against the Turks. So this question is controversial. Well, let's move on to Poland, to a representative of Poland, to a professor of Jagiellon University from Krakow.
I'm going to switch into English as I'm sure host will the interpreter. Mr. Prokopch, Pan Prokopch, how do you define the boundaries of the Polish
польської культурної спадщини? Кого ви вважаєте польськими діячами, визначними польськими діячами?
First of all, welcome for everybody, and excuse me for some technical questions. But if we consider the main question, who belongs to culture identity, the first question is, what is the culture identity, and what kind of functions we can distinguish, because it's important question if we consider particular persons and achievements and biographies of those people. From this point of view, in Polish sociological and culture identities, canonical, active, interactive heritage. Canonical heritage is built on so-called core values, as a fundamental basic values. But the canonical heritage and core values are surrounding by interactive heritage, more open, more flexible. And it is also important part of the whole cultural heritage. And it is connected with two kinds of identities. One type of identity with very strong identification with cultural values, and soft or interactive identities, which is more processual, dynamic, and interactive. It is also important in understanding cultural achievements and cultural identities of particular persons and their achievements. All kinds of heritage and all kinds of identities are important because first is much more essential, significant from the problems of national identity, but at the same time, the second kind is important for developmental challenges. And we would like to be flexible in perception and understanding the functions of two kinds of identities and heritage. Because a lot of people in Polish cultural history has both kind of identities, both more classical and based on core values, and at the same time, a lot of people with essential contribution to national and cultural heritage with much more flexible, interactive entities. From this point of view,
Mr. Korporovich, I'm going to put this approach to a very practical test. Тут на подіумі ми маємо пана Ігоря Набитовича, доктора філологічних наук, професора університету імені Марії Кюрі-Складовської, місто Люблін, Польща. І я знаю, пане Набитович, що цими днями виходить друком ваша книга
В одній родині. English. Well, I'm sorry. Okay. So some public figures from different cultures are accepted in Ukraine and in Poland as well. Well, the question is really difficult whether they belong to the Ukrainian or to Polish cultures. Well, if we went out into the street and asked a passerby whether they know who Alexander Fredo is, well, those people, people who have relevant education would answer that he was the father of a Polish comedy of the 19th century. Well, his two most popular plays, Revenge and Oaths of Girls, are still on the stage. Almost theaters and films are being made based on these works. And one of them was shot by the notorious film director Roman Polanski. And this development process is going on, the adaptation of the Polish classics. So there is some modern interpretation of these works of literature. Well, but let's go back to the question we have to regard today. What criteria do we use? Do they belong to the Ukrainian cultural heritage or to the Polish one? So we are not going to. Well, Fredro has two children. He's the Polish dramatist. Few people remember him. And he has a daughter who is a painter, and she is not very much known. That is Polish culture. Alexander Fredro and Sofia, his daughter, they are the symbols of Poland. Well, but at the same time, that same woman, the daughter of Alexander Fredro, is Sofia Szeptycka, who was the mother of the metropolitan Andrei Szeptynsky. So, if we look at this from this angle, we can say that they belong to the Ukrainian cultural heritage, because Andrei Szeptynsky became not only the father of Ukrainian spirituality. So, well, but there is the point that at home they spoke French, and Sofia Szeptycka began to learn French from an early age. And Andrei Szeptynsky spoke French very well. So when I try to say a lot to him, I speak French. When I want to hear as much as possible from him, I speak Latin. So through religion, through faith, well, that's religion and faith are the main elements of his cultural identity. He wanted to promote Christianity. Well, but this is the division of the religious world. Ukrainians know little, if anything, about the creative work of his daughter. Polish people know a lot about Alexandra Fredro's daughter, but Andrei Szeptycki is not accepted by the Polish society unanimously. He's quite a controversial figure there. Well, but we have to create a new narrative of our national history and culture and show everyone that we are part of this European community and informational space. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Austria, at the moment when Ukraine was to be given the membership of Ukrainian European Union, well, said that it was not an important or urgent question. And at that moment, a number of Ukrainian statements, including me, wrote a letter in which we explained that Ukrainians were the nation which contributed to the creation of Vienna, of Austrian culture. Well, thank you very much. And now, a PhD from Strasbourg University, France.
I'll switch to English. When we look at the broader European context and European cultural legacy, do you see any lessons or takeaways that we can apply to the challenges of the present day Ukraine?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to take part in this panel. It's a fascinating topic. It's very hard to answer to many questions that you ask, but it's very interesting. And I totally agree with Irina, who said that the Ukrainian example of building a cultural heritage is crucial for critical theory today. I mean, it's a model that we should all think about and try to build and, well, in connection with other European countries. So I would say that the French example is a bit different because we are not in the process of reclaiming a cultural heritage, but more of letting go of a part of our cultural heritage that is not truly ours, or that is not entirely ours. Because as you know, we are an ex-colonial superpower. So we had very difficult relationships with countries that were connected to France during the colonial period, but that are not connected to us now, except that they have cultural relationships with us that are quite strong. And for a very long time, since the beginning of the century, we tended to think about this cultural heritage in terms of post-colonial studies, because it came from the US, it was trendy, and it was very useful because we could, in some way, continue our colonial relationships, because what post-colonial studies do is that they imply that the country which was part of the colonial superpower only exists in its relationship to the colonial superpower. It only exists in the post-colonial time. So we tend to realize now the narrowness of this perspective, and that we have to acknowledge too the pre-colonial dimension of the country that were our partners, and maybe the para-colonial dimension of their cultural heritage, meaning that their culture did not stem from the relationship to France. It was there before. It coexisted with French culture during the colonial time, and we have to give them some space and not think our relationships only in terms of colonial or post-colonial paradigm. And I think it's very important for Ukraine, because in France, many people think of Ukraine only as a country which came out of the SSSR. And of course, it's not the case. And it's a point that we have to make as Slavists many times a year, saying that Ukraine has a culture. Actually, it's older in some perspective than Moscovian Russia. So you have to realize that the post-colonial paradigm is not enough. So this is my first point. My second example, if I may, is that in this process of letting go of what is not ours, I was at the beginning of the war and the invasion of Russia, I was asked a very strange question as a Slavist in France, because some people tended to tell me, but you know, many people in Ukraine speak Russian. Why don't they feel close to Russia? And I'm sorry to report this question, because I understand that that must be shocking for you. But actually, that was very shocking for me too, because when you're in France, wherever you look, there are French-speaking communities in countries nearby. You have Belgium, you have Switzerland, you have Monaco, and you have Luxembourg. So you can look everywhere, north, east, south. Only west, there is only the sea at the west of France, but everywhere else you have countries which speak French, but are not French, do not consider themselves French. And in France, we are only at the beginning of the process of understanding that you cannot take one Belgian or Swiss author and integrate him to a curriculum of literature, for example, as if he was French. He's not French. So we have to think about our cultural heritage in terms of sharing a linguistic diversity, sharing a language that was fundamental to build our nation, but which does not belong only to us.
Дякую. Я думаю, що це важлива порада для можливо, колись постімперської Росії, яка колись, можливо, захоче вилікуватися від своїх
Probably Russia will decide to get rid of its imperial ambitions. Well, hopefully. Thank you very much for your advice. And I would like to give the floor to a professor of an Italian university, Udine University. How would you characterize the influence of Polish culture on Ukrainian culture? Does it dilute the Ukrainian identity, or does it help to define Ukrainian identity? Well, I suppose that on the contrary, it helps to solidify Ukrainian identity, because the structure of the Polish kingdom, of the Polish state, was based on the fact that there is the identity of citizens. The citizens of the Polish state identified themselves not so much as a people, but most of all, I would say, well, as citizens of the state. So Andrzej Walicki, a scholar who studied this area, introduced a different model of citizenship in the Polish state. It was named as a romantic model, which was based on the people's identity. Well, in my opinion, although I do not support this traditional theory that the Polish state was a paradise for all people who lived in it, still I believe that individual peoples which lived in its territory have the right to different narratives of history. But we mustn't forget that in spite of all the problems, it was a state that had immense political experience. Well, it had a democracy. It was a different democracy. Well, in comparison with other European countries. Well, it was a Western state, and people of different countries, European countries, studied at its universities. Well, it cherished the knowledge and developed the knowledge, theological knowledge. Well, scholars traveled to Vilna and Kiev. I would like to give the floor to Mykola Zimomria, a PhD in philology, professor of Drohobych Ivan Franko Pedagogical University. Well, my question is very practical. We know that Bruno Schulz, an inhabitant of Drohobych, but he was a Polish writer. So, well, is he a part of the Ukrainian heritage? How would you characterize his part in the Ukrainian heritage? Well, dear members of the panel discussion, I would like to thank the organizers for doing a great job of organizing this meeting, this panel discussion to glorify the name of Ivan Franko, to glorify our people, which is currently going through an extremely difficult time. And this meeting enables us to get closer to the sources of the truth. Well, there is no such a notion as big or small truth. Well, it's either truth or there's no truth at all. So today we are regarding the truth of Ivan Franko, who knew German perfectly. And he wrote 146 works of literature in German, more than 800 works in Polish, more than 300 literary works in Ukrainian. Is there anything in his texts that could give an answer to today's question? Well, of course, we have to study his literary heritage and try to comprehend and well, his ideas and understand that this person was the son of the Ukrainian people, the people who has always had to fight for its freedom. And I'm sure that his words can be regarded as cartridges, as bullets and missiles that the Ukrainian people can use to defend their independence. Well, but we have to know how to use them. And as regards your question, the Honorable Mr. Moderator, which regards Bruno Schulz, well, there's no doubt that it was a talented person. And I personally am confident that he is part of the Ukrainian spiritual heritage. Although he did not write any word in Ukrainian, I will never forget the words of his disciples, a disciple who said that when it came to Ukrainian folklore, Bruno Schulz Bruno Schulz's eyes lit with joy, and we know, well, actually we know Bruno Schulz better than Ivan Franko. Well, recently there was a holiday with a whole intense program devoted to Bruno Schulz, and the whole city took an active part in the celebration. So I would like to, to thank Pan Igor. Okay, to ask Pan Igor to develop a program of today's festivities. That is very important. I would also like to add that Drohobych is one of Bohemian cities. A Bohemian city or town is a city or town with clear air, which becomes amber at midnight. And Taras Yaroslavovich, the mayor of Drohobych, said at the opening of the celebration devoted to Ukraine's independence, he said that we must be, we must share the word of Ivan Franko with people, and we have to have clear thoughts, and we have to explain the ideas of Shevchenko, and we'll become stronger and will make other people stronger. Well, we have started speaking about poetry, and you have created a poetic atmosphere. So I would like to ask our colleagues about international experience. So actually, I'm repeating my question. Would you like to share your experience, your knowledge of some international experience, which we Ukrainians could use? And I would like, well, people who have such knowledge raise their hands. Well, so I must say that we have to distinguish between international experience and our knowledge or idea of international experience. Well, for example, in Helsinki, there is a monument to Alexander II. Well, a concrete monument. Well, but you can hardly tell whether it's a monument to a monarch or to somebody else. Well, so international experience can be much more complicated than we can imagine. For example, the American project 619. Well, I'm talking about the experiment made by New York Times about slavery. Well, they showed the fathers of the American nations through the prism of slavery. And the result of this project, well, was quite different. It differed from what was expected. Well, and some people said, well, the project actually split the society. And they said that the outcome of the project was quite controversial. So we must remember that projects sometimes yield unexpected results. Well, that's one of the experiences we have to keep in mind. So we also have to adopt the Ukrainian experience, but we have to do it through making some difficult decisions. Igor Kogut, Ukrainian Parliamentary Institute. I would like to say a few words about Germany. The policy of denazification. Well, we have heard a lot here about different aspects of it. Well, but there is very interesting experience about what the German nation has been doing for many years at the level of communities, of the church, the society. They did a lot to spread the culture of citizenship in the country. After the Second World War, well, I suppose Germany is interesting from another aspect, from the aspect of the West and the East. Germany is very different from the East, well, in terms of culture and some other aspects. The difference between the eastern and western parts of the country. I mean, Germany is very sharp. Well, any more answers? Well, as regards monuments, Lithuania has great experience. It was a private initiative. An interpreter, a private businessman suggested, bought some land 15 kilometers from Lithuania's city, and he collected all monuments of the Soviet era, and he had them transported to the plot of land he had bought. So he arranged all these monuments, for example, a monument to Stalin, and he combined these monuments in a very interesting and unusual way. For example, the monument to Stalin and the monument to some Vietnamese. Well, I'm afraid the Vietnamese well, so let me face all of you. Well, as regards the question about the international experience, about 10 years ago, I talked to an American professor who was a representative of the Ukrainian diaspora, who was trying to find answers to her questions regarding her genealogy. And one American professor told me during this conversation that he also belonged to the Ukrainian diaspora. Until then, I had been sure that only ethnical Ukrainians or their children were parts of the Ukrainian diaspora. But after that incident, I was more attentive and I was more considerate in this question. And I found out that there were a lot of American statesmen who claimed that they were part of the Ukrainian diaspora. And when we read the title of today's panel discussion about the national affiliation to cultural heritage, well, I have to, to underline what Mrs. Natalia said about the necessity to improve the demographic situation in Ukraine. And I would like Ukrainian intellectuals to develop the issue of national identity of people who do not belong to Ukrainian people who do not live here, but they believe they are part of Ukrainian people and they identify them as such. Well, there were some people who were not of Ukrainian origin, but their grandfathers, great-grandfathers were born in Ukraine. Well, they get the right to call themselves Ukrainians. For example, the famous ice hockey player Wayne, and some other artists and people who worked in other spheres of culture. Well, thank you very much. And we will invite some more people to take their seats on stage. And I would like to ask our colleague from Poland the following question. Is the specification of the boundaries between Polish and Ukrainian cultural heritage the task of a separate person of the two nations, or maybe this task should be completed by European countries collectively? So what do you think? Is this the task that is faced by Ukrainians, or is it something that we have to do together with other nations? Well, we have been talking about decommunization a lot, but we never mentioned that the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine has to take the next, a further step to adopt a law about de-imperialization, to liquidate, to eliminate this heritage, which ties us back to the Soviet times. Well, in Ismail, in the temple of the 15th century, there is a monument where Suvorov holds a sword. And while this monument shows the wrong picture of the history, of the historic facts. Well, I have been teaching a course about the differentiation between Polish and Ukrainian cultures at a Polish university. And well, the study of this question is the topic of my future thesis, which I'm going to write. So in this region, we have got a mixture of 4 different cultures of the Ukrainian, Polish, Jewish, and Austrian. And this region is very special in this regard. Well, this fact shows that we have a multi-sided culture, and our diaspora, although it does not belong only to Ukraine, it gives variety to our culture.
Control room will identify you, and I'll try to get Pan Korporovich back to us.
If I can say something, it's the problem is what I talked in the video's expression about the difference between identity and identities, identifications. Identity is much more whole structure, and we have only one identity, but with different particular identities. From this point of view, the problem which could be creative even in our discussion is so-called intercultural identities or intercultural heritage. This point of view, we can be more open for contribution of particular persons that have different identifications that contribute to national heritage of nations. That's a richness of our culture if we consider relations, interaction, mutual contribution. And I think that's a case of Polish and Ukrainian culture, that we have different persons, different identities, but we can distinguish common core values, which are very important just now in the time of war, in the time of basic identifications and basic moral questions in cultural heritage.
Дякую. І може це ширше питання до всіх до нас. Війна – це...
Well, and now a question to all of us. Is it right to define identities and to distinguish the boundaries between identities during the war? Well, I would like to provide an example, a specific example. I suppose you will like it if you give me time to provide it in detail. So the transgression of boundaries can be quite productive for rethinking of our cultural heritage. Well, actually, what we need is not to promote some knowledge or to put some knowledge in the heads of our children. But what we have to do is to reevaluate our own practices of creating our principles for regarding cultural heritage. Well, so I would like to provide an example of an exhibition of Yulia Shadutkevich, a known photographer who created a whole principle about the of Hutsul's Well, we know a lot about the hutsul, about the clothes and everyday practices. This is research which is being conducted by one of Austrian museums. And this exhibition has united many researchers from different countries. Well, in some works were quite politically and commercially important. Well, what he did not only reflected some eternal values and some signs of Ukrainian heritage, it was also the result of the commercial interest, tourism, which was spread at that time. I think what we need to do is to study the genealogy of Ukrainian heritage. To make our cultural heritage interesting to our children and to other people, we have to show how this fight, the fight of Ukrainian people, leads to strengthening of our culture. Mrs. Febiola,
thank you. I totally agree with the word of genealogy that Irina used, because I believe that it's a very useful term to think about cultural heritage in the way we relate to it. Because as Nietzsche said, genealogy always implies values. So it means that building the genealogy of cultural heritage doesn't mean that we have to accept every part of this cultural heritage or every part of the cultural heritage that was in course in the past. What was the Ukrainian heritage in the 19th century might not be yours today. It can be different. And so this notion of genealogy, I think, is very useful to allow to cross boundaries between time, to look at the past, but not being just prisoner of the past. And I think it's a very good thing that this notion of genealogy is brought today on the day of commemoration of even Franco, because I believe that with this poem, Vivere Memento, Franco also draws our attention to the necessity of looking at the past, but not forgetting to live. And I believe that a reflection about cultural heritage must not impeach you of living your current life. It must not be like a topic so debated that it fosters hatred with your neighbors, for example. And it's important that this notion of genealogy allows to put this cultural heritage in perspective and allow us to also be free from what this cultural heritage represented in the past. What is most important is what it means to us now and how it allows us to live and be free of constraints.
And we're joined by Madame Giovanna Brogi, who is a doctor of Slavic studies and a professor from University of Milan in Italy. Madame Brogi, when someone asks you why Ukrainians are tearing down Russian monuments and change the name of the streets, what do you say? How do you explain this? How do you explain why Ukraine right now, these days, is redefining its historical and cultural boundaries?
Thank you for looking at me. I very much understand that people in Ukraine want to destroy some symbols, many symbols of past centuries of past oppression. I think it is rather a natural reaction, especially taking in consideration the fact that that Ukraine is in war and it has been attacked and is constantly under attack. So I think it's quite a natural reaction. But at the same time, it is important to think about present and future in a constructive way, which not necessarily needs the destruction of symbols of the past. I mean, we had
many people in Ukraine would say that this is the way to clean up space for the names that we are reclaiming as our history and our cultural boundaries.
Yes, I don't really think that names of the past have to be cleaned. They have to be elaborated psychologically, historically. But first of all, it is very important that that historians make a reflection about what the signs of the past has meant and what they represented until yesterday, let's say, but that we don't want to accept them today, that they have lost their value today, but they exist in the past. I mean, they have to be rationalized. So it is a work of the historians to put the bad symbols of the past in the correct perspective and to make them acceptable in the sense that they are known and recognized by present people. I mean, it's very difficult, of course. After the war, we also had to destroy a lot of symbols of fascism and Mussolini statues and representations. But still, there are some. I live in Rome, and there are some representations of Mussolini which have simply been forgotten or left over. There are still people who are disturbed by that. I must confess that I consider simply that they belong to history. So what is most important is that the people are conscious of their identity and accept the sacrifices that this identity implies. I mean, unfortunately, Western European countries have a little bit forgotten what they owe to the war and to the participation of Western. I mean, I was in Anzio yesterday and the day before yesterday. This is where the American and British troops entered Italy in January 1941. It was the first.
І ми мусимо зупинитися в цьому місці. І я зараз звернуся до пана Раночі і до...
We have to stop here, and I'm
Попрошу, запитаю їх, чи є в
the members of our guests, the guests of our panel discussion, and ask them for some final recommendations or advice they could give us, and then we will discuss. Well, I will probably add only one example of a writer whose work I have been studying for many years now. That's Jan Potocki. He was born in Ukraine. He was a Polish person, and he was one of the Potocki family. But he spoke French and he wrote in French. And now I ask myself whether he belongs to, well, his heritage belongs to French or Polish or Ukrainian, or what literature. Well, I suppose this was important for him that he was a citizen of the Polish state. Most important. Well, it's a question of the past, but maybe of the future as well. Well, thank you. Thank you for letting us get answers to our questions. Well, your summary, what would you like to say? I think we have to speak about cultural boundaries and identity in a very specific, from a very specific angle. So what exactly is the identity that we see for ourselves in about 100 years? If we see ourselves as a democratic nation, as a nation that has civilized relations with other countries, we have to build the image, we have to the image of a state and choose persons who have made or who are making important, valuable contributions to our heritage. So the final quote by Ivan Franko, presented by Mykola Ivanovich Zimomria. Well, I would like to provide an example from international cooperation. In Heidelberg, the spiritual capital of Germany, there were days of Ukrainian culture. And I must say that there was an atmosphere of friendliness and kind-hearted attitude to Ukraine. One could feel that atmosphere and that attitude. The event was organized not by a state establishment, but by a marriage that they were people who came from Drohobych, who were born in Drohobych district, namely the village of Dorozhyu. That was an example of exceptional cooperation between the two countries. As regards the quote from Ivan Franko, we can say that we must remember that we have to request our land to give us strength, to survive and to win in the fight against the terrible, atrocious enemy. So I must say that each of us has to be personally responsible for making a contribution to our common victory. I would like to thank all participants of today's panel discussion. Thank you, all of you, for our common work, and let it be our contribution
затишної зали і будемо продовжувати нашу дискусію. Через декілька секунд розпочнемо наступну панель. Я з приємністю запрошую на сцену учасників третьої панелі. Отже, Валентина Кирилова, авторка книжки «Номіна». Запрошую сердечно. Наталія Кривда, докторка філософських наук, професорка кафедри української філософії і культури Київського національного університету імені Тараса Шевченка. Ірина Кондратєва, докторка історичних наук, професорка Київського національного університету імені Тараса Шевченка. Ігор Курус, директор Міжнародного фонду
Mr. Kurus, Director of International Ivan Franko Foundation.
франкознавства Львівського національного університету імені Івана Франка. Ігор Самбо, кандидат історичних наук, доцент Інституту журналістики Київського університету імені Бориса Шевченка. Леонід Тимошенко, доктор історичних наук, професор Дрогобицького державного педагогічного університету імені Івана Франка, лауреат Міжнародної премії імені Івана Франка. Ще одна ідентичність. І Тетяна Шарова, докторка фізичних наук, Інститут модернізації змісту освіти зі столиці. Запрошуємо.
Dear colleagues, oh no, the general topic is the same, but we need to specify the task that we have. Okay, a little technical problem that have been identified by the previous, but our colleagues. The format of our panel discussion is new for most of us, but it is very interesting. To start from, I would like to, I slightly doubt that we will have the final list of the historical figures that we have owned, and I apologize for the word, which is not really very academic. But in the long run, this is not our task, but the task that we have to do. We need to explain to the rest of the world how we see people who we do not exclude from the list of Ukrainian figures. And this problem is not new. My colleagues, professor of history, they know better than I do that Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, they made a list of people and a general list of, and I would like to introduce to the criteria from the Academy of Sciences in 2019. Therefore, according to the criteria, the prominent figures of Ukrainian history, these are Ukrainians who were born in case that the activity was linked with Ukraine. Ukrainians who were born in Ukraine and the activity was not connected with Ukraine, but they were active. And the third one, those were people who were born outside of Ukraine, but who were working in the field of Ukrainian studies. Simple three criteria, and we have something to start from, and I'd like to start from Miss Valentina. Thank you very much. Instead of introduction, and as okay, it's to my address to my son. I started to collect material, the events in Ukraine over the past days, that the basic of our fundament, it's not only important for you. I return to you with this family album the names of separate people who are connected with origin and it's addressed to son. Think, analyze, and you will see that these people are not Ukrainian, only Ukrainian by origin, but it's a big Ukrainian family. I wanted to be open with you, and I have collected the people, the list you should be proud of. Ukraine is full, rich in talents, and it gave the personalities who made the world more perfect. These people is a part of our history. Read about them, but don't repeat the mistakes they did. The energy of our land genetically, the strive to overcome Stalin repressions, the Great Famine, the people who were shot down at Maidan, and you may speak 6 languages, and it's not the end, not the limit, but still you're Ukrainian. So I ask you, I beg you to think, to see yourself as a free individual. Look in the future with hope. Don't be afraid, and let your prosperous future enrich the past. I made this book in 2017. It was the result of search and thoughts, and 2016 was a very crucial year for me. And I made it a tattoo of a trident on my right hand, and I sat down to compile the book. Initially, I meant to do it for my family, but evidently, when historians will be looking through the list of my names, you can criticize them, and it probably will be the right criticism, but I was determined, I was so courageous, and I hated to defend, and I wanted to attack, and I wanted to dot my I's, and in terms of the names that we were stolen or we were deprived of by the Russian Empire, by the Soviet government, and most of the cruise missiles and most of the rockets and were done in the Soviet time, and all the group of scientists, prominent scientists, starting from Korolev, and they're all people from Ukraine. The people who were working for the system, but without them, the cosmic branch, and I mean, would not have been possible. I also wanted to return the names about Anna from Kiev, that Ilya of Murom as Russian heritage. I also wanted that Chekhov, who didn't speak Russian until 16, that he realized himself as a Ukrainian, and his works are mostly interested by his grandmother Franko. And no matter how you treat Bulgakov, no matter what my attitude is towards Bulgakov and other people, that I wanted to promote them. So now I'm very much against that question. So for me, the most important is personality as a human. And through that person, I wanted to learn about the epoch, the period of time they were living. And the part is the Petlura, Trotsky, and Jabotinsky. And through reading their biographies, and I'm learning the historical period they were living in, the fight between them, and and their further fate. I also want to live with her normally. And let's say Anna Akhmatova, and is from Ukraine, and she translated Franko's poems. And Akhmatova said that she was from Ukraine. And when asked how she knows so well Ukraine, she said, I was born in Ukraine. And she expanded the list of names in this book. She expanded the list of, let's say, Sherbanenko, and he is the father of Ukrainian criminal Roman novel. Now, there are many, many names. There are very, very good names. Okay, they're very good examples, but you will have a chance to speak. As I understand, you dwell on the geographic aspect regarding the belonging to Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian world, and no wonder that you enlisted so many astronauts. What other aspects can be included? Please, I would like to offer a methodology, since this is a scientific conference and it's theory and practice. Anthony Smith, a great prominent English scientist, identity of Western or non-Western, or its values or ethnical. So I would like to remind ethnic identity foresees that we feel a part of the family. We have brothers, sisters, and a blood, tradition, language, cultural landscape. And Smith does not criticize anything. He doesn't say which is bad, which is good. Western or based on values, we become citizens of the country. We accept the rules and duties, that we are equal before law. And Anthony Smith was not the one who proposed any methodology, but I think this methodology is active, it is practical. It gives us the instrument who to regard Ukrainian or no. Second thesis, it's about the cultural memory. It's cognitive and cultural memory. Cultural memory is cultural. We select cultural memory from mass media, from other people. There is no universal past. We reconstruct it according to the needs of the modernity. And it's Maurice Alberts. And the third one, there are some being as a part of expert committee of cultural committee in Ukraine about the overcoming totalitarianism and Russian expansion, and the task is to rename, to delete, to get rid of toponyms of a Russian past. And an expert committee is called upon give methodological recommendations. And the question is, what is the first name what is the first toponym? We're talking about the totalitarian and Russian past. Which name is most popular among names, street names? It's the first name is Yuri Gagarin, first cosmonaut, and a committee. And this group, this expert group, we have worked out about recommendations to give to local authorities, and local authorities will decide what to do. And we recommended the conservatory, there is a conservatory to reject the name of Tchaikovsky, to reject the name of Tchaikovsky and to change the name, and the reaction was negative. Okay. So this is about identity, and there is good books about this, good references, you can use them. Before I ask another speaker, and this person has some experience about solving these political problems, and it's Mr. Kouros. Before that, before asking a question, I asking audience, we also have another panel. We try to involve the audience, people listen. So the question is, do we need to fight for the names? And who should do that? Mr. Kouros? Thank you. Now I was a presenter, and now I want to say, we also were thinking about methodical recommendations of mystery culture. We read other methodical recommendations. We learn experience of foreign countries. Unfortunately, we cannot compare foreign experience with Ukrainian, Polish. Well, Polish do it in a very simple way. If Polish say he was, Polish say very easy. The person regarding himself as Polish, he is Polish. Ukraine is very, very different. The people who we need to fight against, they didn't call themselves Ukrainians. Second question is, and as far as about ethnic origin, again, there's a big discussion going on, and Mrs. Natalia was talking about. We're adherent of Erikson's concept that a person undergoes 8 stages. It's Erikson's concept. And today we were talking about people about different stages person goes through. They live here, there, all over the world. We need to work on methodological recommendation. First, it's territory. We're talking about the territory of Ukraine. Everyone who lived on the territory of modern Ukraine, these are objects for research. Secondly, a person who was born, it's very important. It's the very identity. If the person called himself, if the person called himself Ukrainian, he is Ukrainian. If the person didn't regard himself as Ukrainian, we need to study, see activity. And the third one is criteria. If we put everything into one pot and we talk about everyone, and it will be the same. What happened in the first panel, then we will not choose the one. We need to rate the people. Who is the biggest input, second, third, and then we make a list, a ratings list. And I'm a practical person. And in a turmoil, we will not be able to choose anything. We need to choose and make rating lists. First level, second level, third level, local figures. And finally we have some ideas, and I will be sending them to share with them, and we'll be ready to accept your criticism in next. Yukhnovsky used to say, Yukhnovsky said, without subordination there is no nation. The question to be discussed that without that gradation is also very important. There are different circumstances talented people live in. Let's say Yakov Glovatsky and his life in different cities. Director of FRANKO Institute. Thank you. First of all, I would like to say that it's a very topical issue, is being regarded. The war became the factor which encouraged, which stimulated the discussion. If you talk about Ivan Franko, the topic of national identity was very important. He was arguably one of the first who didn't only practically, by his own experience and theoretically, also wanted to recognize and to support this idea by his philosophical ideas, his own Ukrainian identity. In Franco studies, some researchers say Franco could choose different identity. And to me, there was no way Franco could change his identity. Ukrainian identity was his natural. But his first public speeches, he was organically confirming all that. And first is Christmas carols, and it was the manifest of Ukrainianism, but European Ukrainianism. He was integrating Ukrainian literature to European through translations, and he finishes off his work. It's Christmas song. He addresses the Ukrainian folklore, and he said it's about the final word. The final version is the final imperative about a strong will of the Ukrainian land. Thank you. Franco's ideas survived the time, and they always help us when we go into debris, and when we try to find the way out, and we address the class to get the answer to a very difficult question. And indeed, if you talk about choice, Franco had a choice, but he didn't even let the thought come to his mind that even in his works, when he translated Psalms, and he has, Franco has no appeal, and his translation of the Psalm, it's the proof of Franco's Ukrainian identity. Shevchenko University. I was very, very impressed with the speech of a priest who was talking about Franco's religious views. And I'm professor of religious studies. Religion should be studied. If you don't study religion, it's prejudices and superstitions. If we study that, we go on a higher level, we go to a higher spiritual level. I would like to talk about some names that we were deprived of. These are professors of the Kiev Spiritual Academy. These are great Kiev professor. This is a professor of Kiev Spiritual Academy, Theological Academy. She was very impressed with their concepts, and unfortunately, they were not developed. Theoretical views, which never became theories, they were lost. And when we studied all that, and when we started to go into scientific circulation, we realized what heritage we lost. And now when we study religion on a scientific level, our students, we give them works of classics. And unfortunately, we read all that in Russian language because we have only translated. But along with those names, the people, professor of the Theological Academy, back at 100 years ago, they spoke 2, 3, 4 languages, and excluding Greek and Latin. They left such research that we can promote, we can put the knowledge of religion research. These names are present in the Russian encyclopedias, so therefore we cannot say that they were stolen from us. One of them wrote a textbook for all. A Ukrainian wrote a textbook that all theological academies were using. So therefore, Ukrainian mentality was penetrating into society. They became deans, heads of departments. Then they in 1834 they moved to Kiev University when it's open, and unfortunately, and it was stopped in 1917, and finally, as a teacher, I never impose my thought to my students. I let them share my own, and I'm very proud to say that 3 postgraduate students defended dissertations on this topic. Thank you so very much. If we search for more arguments to fill the methodology, to expand the horizons, and particularly we can take so many names. Back in the Soviet time, 2, 3 people represented the whole century, and they said it's enough. It's enough for Ukraine. And now we address to Mr. Igor. The question is, the question is, the war is going on, and this and a heroic fight against the Russians or Ukrainians. And this heroic fight will help us American kids call their blockbuster heroes as Ukrainians and put them in yellow-blue colors. Doesn't it show that Ukraine? Thank you very much. I will say 1, 2, 3 phrases. First of all, on behalf of Grinchenko University, I would like to greet everyone. This figure is forgotten in the political aspect. Okay, the scientists can say there is no history, but there are historians. We can talk about biographies, and we can say that the biography who is behind that animal. My second remark is I've been working with the bibliographical research in ancient, and I've heard so many questions about Ukrainian biography. We had theoretical some projects back 4 years ago, and this okay. The creation of a Ukrainian bibliographical dictionary, which was meant to be done in 1918, was again, the issue was again raised when Ukraine got the independence. The discussion was held in the 90s, was divided Ukrainian scholars into two groups. Some had mono-ethnic approach, but the west of Ukraine, but the center wanted, the center and the center was adherent of approach that anyone who lived in Ukraine should be included in the dictionary. And now, another question: is it timely or not timely? A few months ago, I had roundtable talks in Odessa. Is it biography studies? And not even without a scandal. And but I can say that it's very timely, it's very topical, that we have occupied places, and it'll be time they will be freed, and they will, and streets will be freed with Ukrainian names. But no, despite that, it may sound a little cynic, the war is the period of opportunities. But we need to promote Ukrainian idea. We have a lot of experts, about the Russian context, and we need to promote Ukrainian context, and from the point of view of biography. And we can also say that David Duchovny claimed as being Ukrainian. Professor Tymoshenko, on the problem of national identity and your view, your idea. Because we are the participant in all these three panels, we registered, and we also listed the name. I will be pushing towards the first. There were 4 historians who studied modern period of time in the first panel. And I remember, Mr. Vladislav, your postgraduate studies time. And from my point of view, you're a very good historian. Dear colleagues, the topic the topic of mine is the return of the church religious names. Everywhere is written about stolen names, but if we're talking about the stolen names from this or that different period, epoch, different time, from 1920th century, but it's hard to say how many names were stolen from the religious history of Ukraine, from the church elite. Until today, I'm convinced that despite that 30 years of independent Ukraine, this part of history of the church is most neglected. And one more detail, Professor Nebetovich was talking about religious figures like Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky. But dear colleagues, I can give examples what problems we have with identification of probably of religious confessional identity of very famous historical religious figures in modern history. They were included. First is Smotritsky. That's Archbishop, one of very talented writer. Do you know about Smotritsky that he was blasphemed 2 times in the 17th? First in Vilna, he flew Vilna, and he came to Berlin, and a question is very disputable. Second example, in the middle of 17th century, we had a great bishop, Jacob Susha. We take a bishop who was a writer. Petro Mohyla was a writer. Smotritsky was a Susha wrote two works in Latin. Jakub Susha. Before the Berestechko battle, he took very famous icon of it's to Godmother, and the Polish won the battle, and then Rome was celebrating this battle, and how to deal with this, how to classify all that. And third example, next year in 2023 will be tragic, will be 400 years since Yasvat Kuntsevich's death, who was born in Volyn. It's most of Ukraine is Orthodox, but he was also a writer. So what is the outcome? Unfortunately, that we have no modern objective research about these people. How would you persuade someone? How we would convince people that Kunsevich is a national hero? And of course, there are arguments. Thank you very much. Okay, you were talking about humanitarian studies and other Ukrainian. Each personality should be studied and made public. These criteria, we need we will not be able to make one universal criteria that we can classify this or that figure from the past. But this is a very important step next time, and thank you so very much to talk about. And today we have a guest, Tatiana Sharova, who came from Melitopol.
трагікомічно, але найкращими учителями і трибачевики для нас є московити. От вони перші, які жили в Мелітополі, зрозуміло, що вони не думали.
But the best teachers we have are these are Muscovites. They don't think about gas.
Поставили пам'ятник Судоплатову. Ось
Okay, they took the plaque of Dontsov in Melitopol and placed the plaque of Sudoplatov.
Мелітополь
And of course, you question to Tatiana, you
там зараз ми
you have a talk with Melitopol. Dear guests, dear scientists, now we are returning the stolen times, even by this event which we're part of, and everyone will bring home with different names that one heard here. For some people, they will be engraved in the memory. For some will be short-lived. For others, it will be long-lived. But every region of Ukraine, there are survivors of the Soviet times. And unfortunately, Melitopol is one of the regions where till today the library is named after Lermontov, and everyone was satisfied. But every year after 2014, we changed mentality, we changed our conscience, because Ukrainian national is inconquerable, but we remain Ukrainians. We need to return the names by the way of communication and dialogue that is taking place here, that probably in Melitopol or in Sumy or even or Ivano-Frankivsk or other places. We need to talk about and tell people about that. When I address my students, when I teach Ukrainian literature of the 19th century, please name anyone in Kotlerevsky, but it's a shame, but they give 2 or 3 names. And when we return stolen names, that the world, and I thank you, and I give thanks to International FRANKO Foundation that we were able to link with Poland, France, Italy. We didn't see barriers when being here in Drohobych, and I'm pleasantly impressed when our kids. Today we're talking about the past. We're talking about 18th, 20th century, but we are now marking the future, that we are thinking about the kids, and this is invaluable what we are doing now. And these words, the spirit, will, thought, science, it's the proof of Ukraine. Now, as you understand from the first 2 discussions, first we have questions to everyone individually, and then we have the general. First it was your free program, and now will be compulsory element if you choose figure skating terminology. A question to everyone. And you can complete your thought. We still have some time. What are the mechanisms which should be applied so that Ukrainian heritage will return the stolen names? On the other hand, to get rid of the alien, what mechanisms should be applied? It's very interesting. If you talk about something material, theft is a criminal offense, but we are talking in a unique terms. This is a theft. It's equal to lie. This is a synonymous to lie. They wrote in the Wikipedia, published in Moscow Wikipedia, they wrote, and it looks like it's a theft. I would like to start. Montserrat Gibernau, identity, nation identity, we know the work. It is translated in Ukrainian. It gives 5 successful strategies of formation successful identity. But at least these things are working. It's one image of nation. It's first strategy. Second is its policy of citizens before law, equal. Third is common pantheon. It means common heroes, holiday periods, everything which forms symbolic capital. 4 successful strategy is the presence of a common enemy, external enemy. After victory, we should be fighting the war here. And 5th, it's national education. National education and science. Now, I think it's a very good roadmap that we need to walk along. It's not a recipe, but it's kind of world view matrices that will be able to help us to work identity on identity, and including to return the forgotten heroes. It's not about origin, it's about values. It's not about origin or skin color. Ukrainian identity can be chosen despite the fact that they are not Ukrainian ethnic. The comment, don't you think that the second position and third position conflict? We live in a democratic state, and I have my own hero. We have dialogue, but no discussion. And the dialogue means that we need to pull all the ideas together, and then the dialogue will lead to a more productive way of understanding. Ukraine has so many wounds with different. It's talking about the topic of returning historical figures back to Ukrainian belonging. We need the proof. We need to prove where the person was born and whether he identically belongs to Ukraine. We can talk about diplomacy or about general psychological problems as a nation. First of all, we need to get rid of complexes. Complex is the desire to fight for our own, and we are little by little moving away from complexes. We're getting rid of them, and the world they now understand that we are different. And I would like to add to the search of pantheon. I want to express my thought. The problem is not only fighting against imperial imperial heritage. But my observation is that discussions are look a little chaotic, and I propose to divide and have further discussions into different categories. Then we talk about political figures separately, scientists separately, and then it will harmonize with the streets. If you talk about streets next to the parliament, it will be a politician. If it is a church, it could be religious. Okay, Mr. Koros. Igor, I want to have discussion rather than a monologue. If we talk about cross-border, if we talk about Ukraine when it belonged to Polish kingdom, then a dual monarchy or Romania, then we can have dialogue. We can cooperate with our Polish colleagues and partners in this in far as cross-border club. But if we talk about Russian, there cannot be any dialogue. It's the same as we play football and they play hockey. Let's look at the territories which are occupied. I'm more aggressive here. I would choose different. We need the grading, and we need to have the table and a rating list. So to every citizen should be clear, this is ours and this is not ours. In every discussion, that we should create a pantheon. We need to talk about some branch principles. Scientists and different categories should be abided by different criteria. We cannot pull everyone into one pot, be cosmonauts or musicians or scholars, and we cannot apply the same criteria to different groups. We need to think what should be rejected we need to divide people. We need to divide people into categories. The people we should classify them into different pots. Pot 1, pot 2 with historians and politicians. We need to choose the most important for us as for national identity. Let's talk about schools. The kids come to school and they study Shevchenko, Franko, Lesa Ukrainka. The same figures are repeated all over throughout their university years, but it can become a great discussion with I remember once we went to dissertation defense with late Roland Franko. And I was more straightforward, and I advised them to go and consult Franko works, that Franko was never a socialist. education, and I have a high respect towards educators.
Якщо б не було, наприклад, такого фонду Франка, який займається Франком, якщо б не було фонду, який займається Грушевським, Котляревським,
If
Полтавським,
we
Ростовським,
if we had other funds like similar to us, the more funds we have, like the Franco Fund, Kotlarevsky, Grushevsky, it will be easier to talk about genealogy.
про Глінку, я знаю, що такий Глінка, я вивчав музичну учились, але я ніколи не думав, що він є там такий глибоко українець, що він там писав про
Let's talk about Glinka. And first I learned
що він писав листи українською мовою.
that Glinka was Ukrainian.
А взяли по-русски Сковорода в російській Википедии? Великий русский философ, потому что он пародирует другого великого русского философа Георгия Соловьева. Разумеете,
And when Russian Wikipedia marks people by claiming Skovoroda as a Russian, thank you so much for emotions.
хоча я бачив, що нуртували якісь внутрішні протести, чи як у Пилипчука, і коли Климчука якогось одного підходу, і хочу, пане Леоніде, дозвольте,
Now we're
такий в доброму розумінні на світ, і я боюся його втратити.
I will not discuss anything, and there will be no conflict with Mr. Kurus. Today we were talking about practical steps, to solve a problem in a positive way. We need, in my opinion, we need to take some experience and we take Franko's experience, and Franko who said that Ukrainian identity that Ukrainian cause can be protected. He started from Franko started from Moscowville and went through stages, but ended up with a national identity. Dear colleagues, not to forget, because there are many scholars present and there are representative from university and culture, as a representative of scientific. My opinion, the figures of the past is biography. And in this context, I want to state that independent Ukraine has very good ways, very good to write biographies. It's called intellectual biographies, and even dissertations are defended, but in history is classified as historiography. Apart from this, prosopography. If you talk about individual, it's a portrait of a personality in a certain social layer. But for some reason, but a very effective genre of biography, writing biographies, in the West it's called itinerary. It's a genre when a pilgrimage to the Holy Land was taking place. Itinerary biographies is used for writing about Lithuanian princes. Itinerary shows mobility of a person. And for a few years, I was looking through Ipati. In a few months, he was traveling from place to place. But what's behind this mobility? He's everywhere. He's in Ukraine, Belarus, in Lithuania, and then it'll be easier to convince. Thank you very much.
Леоніда десь суголосні з дослідженням богослов'я Київської школи історії. Ні.
As my speaker said, no time for discussion today. A few years ago, I was in Tbilisi with my daughter in Shotarustaveli Prospect, center of the city. And there is a huge museum of occupation. And the tutor asked me, was it necessary to do it in the very place in the center? And it was a very right decision. Everyone who comes to Tbilisi, they will not only look at it, but they will drop in. And I support Valentina's idea about Lithuania. In Lithuania, we need to preserve the tragic past, but we need to keep it, to preserve it. We cannot get rid of it. We went through it. And also, I wanted to say, we instinctively tend to stand close to people who want to be, who are responsible. And she takes responsibility. And all questions and all will be raised to those people. And this is the time of opportunity, and we cannot neglect this time. If we don't do that, we will lose everything. And I also want to say, and when I talk about it, my heart is pounding. 200 teachers of Kyiv National University, they are defending, and they're defending from the Dean of History. They joined the army, and 200 people with lots of articles of Web of Science and Scopus, people who work intellectual property. 200 people. They join the army. The rector is at work every day, even on Saturdays, Sundays. And this is personal example. What do you think? Will those people be received by the students? Only by personal example. As a woman, I could read lectures, but I know that every Thursday I stood before my students and I give a lecture that the university is working. And university is a small model of Ukraine that we are fighting, and then we will win. And I'm also very, very happy to see the mayor of Drohobych who takes responsibility. Thank you very much.
Нашої премії Івана Франка, професор Житомирського університету Івана Франка Віктор Мусієнко теж зараз в лавах ЗСУ і перебуває на наших північних рубежах. І з інших навчальних закладів.
There are many people from all over Ukraine who join the army and defending the country at the borders of Ukraine.
Але я знаю, що науковці користуючись досвіду депутатів Верховної Ради, і скористаються назвою прізвище Валентини Кирилової, і я хочу надати їй слово. Мікрофон. Кніпочка.
I would like to support the anger and decisiveness of Mr. Kurus. The fact is that we are dealing with stolen by Russia and with a barbarian nation which shows in culture. And we think that the names that belong to Ukraine, to the world culture and accepted by Russians, we need to take them back. We can think about Ilya from Murom, but if you talk about Tchaikovsky, how can he be Tchaikovsky or Richter or Stravinsky? We don't talk about writers, and the same is about Prokofiev. How can they belong to Russian culture? I don't know how we will be separating them, but I have simple approach. On my simple approach, I collect everyone and then we will see. But if Tchaikovsky was used by the empire as imperial myth, okay, so we cannot take Tchaikovsky as a figure, and that's why we're talking about methodology. We talk about Vladimir Dal. Okay, there are so many controversial from the past, but there would be no discussion. Okay, now the question to the audience.
My question is a bit skeptical. Can the mission be completed? Can we form a certain set of icons, of geniuses, or shall we divide them into different categories based on their professions or historical periods? So, well, we have a choice of criteria. So if it's the history of the time of the Kievan Rus, then we can choose our statements. Well, Malety Smotretsky is trying to develop criteria. First, as a religious person, he says the criterion of Ukrainian identity is religion. Another person can suggest a different, can object and say, I'm a Catholic, so does it mean that I do not belong to people of Kievan Rus? So this objection has some grounds, and in that case, we can make another conclusion that people defined the Kievan Rus identity according to a different criterion. People who lived in the area or in the territory of Kievan Rus and who thought themselves to be citizens of that state. Well, in this case, we have to stick to the criteria of territory and period in which people lived. Modern scholars who study national identities normally write about identities of people who lived in formed states. And I support the use of this criterion. Well, as regards the Polish state, the criteria are a bit controversial because there is no clear delineation between Polish and Ukrainian statesmen or writers in this respect. I think that we must not think that Jan Zamoyski is just a Polish statesman. Well, Catholics who suggested the idea of forming a university for Russian young people, well, are also controversial. In my opinion, it's not difficult to solve this problem if we base our classification on the conditions of the period under analysis. As for the imperial period, well, that's a bit difficult, a bit more complicated. So the periods, the imperial period and the Soviet period have the specific features. Speaking about Gagarin, so we have to put on the back burner all historical figures connected with the Soviet or post-imperial period. Well, thank you. I'm going to say just a few words about the same problem. So we have just 4 minutes. Let's not forget about the fact that in the imperial times, people think they are a part of the empire. But speaking about Repin, he respected Ukrainian culture and he wrote in Ukrainian, but he thought himself to be a Russian. Well, the same about Tchaikovsky. Bulgakov, whose works are now part of the school curriculum, hated Ukrainians and had no respect for them. And in my opinion, this is a kind well, it's necessary to separate the 15th and the 20th centuries because there were different criteria for classification of writers belonging to different cultures and claiming to have different identities, national identities. Well, I would like to focus on religious identity and stress the following thing. We mustn't forget that about the difference between Catholics and Calvinists. So the man, well, unfortunately, all our discourse focuses on Orthodox, really. Wyszynski speaks about peasants in a very disrespectful way. And if a teacher in a Volyn village said some disrespectful things about peasants, she would be just driven out of the village where she worked. So we have to keep all these things in mind. Well, another example, when you come to Vilnius and see the monument to Mickiewicz, what inscription is there? Well, it says that Mickiewicz is a Polish poet, but my friends say that it's not quite true. Well, Ursula Radziwiłł wrote her poems in Polish, but she's and she's regarded to be the mother of drama, Polish drama. So we had little time, and we would like you to join us our discussion and present your ideas you generate. So some technical problems. Will you switch on the microphone, please? So, dear colleagues, well, when listening to the discussion, well, I had an idea. I present the scientific school of Ivan Franko studies. And well, I have a hobby. I collect rare things connected with Franko and his works. So let me suggest one way which could help decommunize Ivan Franko and prove that he was not a socialist writer. In the Soviet times, he was well, due to his many faceted creative work, he was considered to be a socialist writer and poet. Well, there was a time, well, and I would like to prove how falsified Ivan Franko was. As regards our region, I must say that in the 60s, there was a confectionery company, Bolshevik by name, which manufactured sweets for the Communist Party elite. Well, so we have very little time left, so could you please stick to this point? So what I meant to say that on the boxes of these chocolates for communist elite members, there was the photo of Ivan Franko. So I would like to invite you to the exhibition presented in the hall of this building, and you can see some exhibits which well, excuse me for interrupting you, but people who study Ivan Franko's literary heritage have been studying different aspects of Ivan Franko's creative work, and they have proved already that he was not a socialist. Well, let me interfere in the discussion. I would like to say two things. Mr. Volodymyr has arranged an exhibition of envelope with Ivan Franko's images, and I would like you to have a look at these envelopes and different images of Franco at different times of his life and of our history. Well, are there any representatives of Drohobych schools here? Yes. Miss Valentina has brought her book, several copies of her book, and she would like to present the representatives of Drohobych district schools with these books and put autographs on them. She believes that they will be useful for schools. So we are also in for a discussion of the hottest, of the most important topics. Well, as regards the book I have mentioned, I would like you to get it, and I would also like this book to be presented to the university library. Well, we have just a few minutes, so my duty of Drohobych citizen is to give the floor to Drohobych mayor. So thank you. I liked the discussion very much and it touched my soul, so to say. Well, I see that I'm the only doctor among the audience here. Well, so please imagine this picture. It's dark, a road. The road is dark, but there are some marks which light it up a little bit. So well, there are, metaphorically speaking, these markers show the birth of people, demographical problems. So our task is to pay attention to the marks which indicate the time and place of birth of people and their national identity, and to the fact they refer to themselves to. Well, speaking about Repin, he showed Ukrainian Cossacks in quite a different way than Russian people. And you can easily see this difference with the naked eyes, that he shows a positive attitude to Ukrainian people. Well, surely there are some negative moments, and we have plenty of poison that have been put into our bodies and nation, and we have to cope with that poison and get healthy and show, well, as a nation, show how powerful we are and show it to the whole world. Thank you, Mr. Taras. You have actually said what I supposed to at the end of our discussion. Thank you all that you are tolerant to your moderator. Well, I'm happy that you have seen how topical, how urgent and how complicated this problem is, the problem we have touched upon today. So, as you see, we can look at each public figure and the figure of Ivan Franko in particular from 3 different points of view. Well, in each case, we have to take into account the audience because it's not always homogeneous. Well, so in any case, we have to show that Ivan Franko is a representative of our nation and we have to fight for him because he helps us to fight for our nation. So we are Ukrainians and we have to develop a feeling of pride for this personality, for the personality of Ivan Franko. Well, personally, I liked the idea of Mrs. Natalia to rethink the demographic situation which existed in the past and somehow change it. Well, so nowadays the Russians force Ukrainians to become Russian citizens, and we have to, so to say, give Ukrainian passports to our citizens who lived in the past. So, and well, I have one request. So I was asked to quote Ivan Franko.